Alright, welcome ladies and gentlemen to another Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. We are in Rise from the Ashes. First of all, let's do a mic check. How do I sound normally? Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Do I sound good? Am I coming in clear? One, two, three. Okay, we're going to test my low voice to see if it can be heard over the music.
Di, is the music too loud? If it is, I'll turn down the music.
Sometimes you'll hear me this low. Everything's all good. Okay, so, do you remember what happened last week? I bet you do, Di. You probably remember a little bit. Kind of hard to explain it. Well, Goodman was found in the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Bruce Goodman is a detective, and he's the victim of this case, who is accused of killing Bruce Goodman. Do you remember who was accused of killing Bruce Goodman? Lana Skye. She's the older sister to Emma Skye, who Emma Skye literally pleaded with Phoenix Wright to take the case. But then we were given a bombshell on the latter portion of the first trial. We were dropped an evidence that was found in Miles Edgeworth's car. Do you remember what it was? So let's walk this down. So inside the muffler of the car, there was a red scarf, or they call it a muffler, which was Lana Sky. There was something held inside the scarf that was shoved into the muffler. So, while Edgeworth's knife is presumed to be the murder weapon that killed Bruce Goodman, we have another knife called the Switchblade knife that has a tag of SL-9. By the way, where was Miles Edgeworth's car? Do you remember where it was at? It was in the underground parking lot of the High Prosecution Office. February 23rd, 2:15 p.m., Wright & Co. Law Office. Mr. Wright, so what's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused. Huh? Well, let's see. What is going on? The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death at 5 o'clock p.m. on the 21st. This is the one thing that I was not trying to explain to you before, or because this is part of the bombshell. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room. What? What's this? And the evidence room part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Well, that's what we're going to find out, or try to at least. So, to have the same victim being murdered in two places at once that are literally 30 minutes apart from each other, well, this is going to be the interesting part. Alright, let's do it. Glad she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Huh? Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us. February 23rd, prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. You're going to love this part. You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? I think we most definitely should care. Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in their evidence room. No biggie. Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it. But what you're saying right now, if he was actually murdered here, your sister would definitely be the murderer. The oil drum. Was it empty? The oil drum, kicked over by the chief prosecutor, was brimming with water. My sister erasing evidence at the crime scene? Never. Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. That's not it at all. I am trying to figure out how she's able to read his mind. It's just, we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. Good words for a high school student. Well, whether there was blood on the floor or not, the water in the oil drum washed it all away. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. Huh? What's that grin for? This situation calls for one thing, and that is luminol testing fluid. Luminol? Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. But wouldn't the police have already done those tests? Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Me? Why do I have to do it? I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. Why the hell do you have it then? We're testing blood stains with this stuff, not drinking it. Here, look. I'll lend you these glasses. Huh? You have an extra pair of those? The test for a blood reaction. To test for a blood reaction, you just spray the luminol onto it. See? Like this. Press the A button to spray it on. Okay, let's find some blood stains. Okay. So, you ready? I can see your eyes shining behind these glasses. So, is this a blood stain? It's so... Emma, you're shaking. It's just that this is my first time seeing real blood. Scientific investigation in action. Okay, well, we definitely know that this is a blood stain. But doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course. What's odd about this, scientifically? And this one you should be able to answer. The perpetrator and Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there would be a little bit more blood? I definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. If they fought here, there'd have to be been more blood than this. Hey, Mr. Wright. I'm going to mark up the floor plans when we find a blood stain, okay? See? I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Yeah. And this stuff's pretty handy, too. Saves on my allowance to buy that. Criminal testing fluid received from one very proud-looking MS guy. I love that. We can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. Then let's drag the hidden evidence out into the light of day. Yeah! Feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it? Guess I should give this a spray on anything suspicious. Huh! I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. Miss Starr! You only trust your own eyes, Not bad, you two. This day-old deli box is on the house. Sorry, it's just that kind of lead doesn't really get my mouth watering. You certainly put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Starr, but no, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from the security room right there. But I was afraid that it wouldn't sound convincing enough. See? I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry? You lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable. Listen, girl. Don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor's guy stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. Ah! I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman. I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? So, you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Starr? Yes, I was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hard is a criminal, when they face me, they coughed it up. Coughed it up? They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know, I mean, she's like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day I drag the dirt out of the mouths of suspects after suspects. Before long, they called me the Pop-Up Queen. Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go? Fired? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. It's all because of that case, the SL9 incident. SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean... what do you think about this? The SL9 incident. It's written on that night. And on that note. Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know. Really? That knife was evidence from that case, the murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected, SL9 isn't over. Not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? Well, she's not going to tell us everything. Present Goodman's ID. I had one of those up until 2 years ago. Back when you were the Pop-Up Queen, right? We found this idea here in the parking lot. Well, there's no mistake in that. It's definitely Goodman's. But it's the same idea as the man who was killed at the police department. That's important. That's impossible. I wish I could be so sure. Alright, crime scene photo. If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the car. But even I get flustered sometimes. So you went straight to the scene of the crime? I rushed towards the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo, yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime. Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were. 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Starr. You lying was the problem. Listen, little girl. I've had my testimony degraded before. I wasn't going to have it degraded again. Just like that time. That time? There we go. That incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable? To who? 2 years ago. It was the biggest case I've ever handled. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So they didn't solve it. On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was they never did find decisive evidence. Not a shred. What? But the criminal was executed, right? On the basis of evidence? Of a sort, made up evidence. What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen, and others found themselves out of a job. You were one of those? Myself and one other person you know well. Wait, could it be? Exactly, Detective Jake Marshall. Police Department, Secretary of Detail, Officer Jake Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated the case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined. And then, it was over. And he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten. Neither have I. Have I ever forgotten SL9? There was another side to that case. A hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy office can stop us. Wait. Those lunches you sell. There is only one reason I come to sell lunches in this accused office. I come here to meet old friends, boyfriends that can help me investigate. Star's old boyfriend. What does this have anyway? Just when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, rookie. What? It seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Hello, Phoenix. Welcome to the chat. Yes. Then you should take this. Salisbury steak lunch. I know a certain guy who might help you if you attempt him with this treat. Steak lunch received from Miss Star. Normally they would not be completely prepared like that. So he's got rice, he's got Salisbury steak, he's got vegetables, a little butter on the steak. Miss Star? Officer Marshall, are you going out? Why do you want to know? What happened? Got along so well with my sister. I'm jealous. And she was nice to me too back then. This would be one Officer Marshall was a detective. Now, I feel cold. Jake and I are nearly cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to the rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you. Officer Dick Marshall. February 23rd, police department entrance. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. Detectives are running around so fast they're blurring. I suppose it makes sense. A detective did get killed here after all. So the evidence room. The scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk, here it is. She's like a kid at the amusement park. Oh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look. February 23rd, evidence room, entrance guard station. What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. So beyond the door is the evidence room. The scene of the crime? Sure seems that way. Oh. Oh. What's wrong? It's that cacti. They're so prickly. So imposing. It's hard to think straight. If you can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is, if this is a guard station, where is the guard? I have a feeling I know who he is already. The evidence room is beyond this door. Let's just walk in. Won't open. You thought it would open? I think we'd need someone's permission to go in there first. Looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here. There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check on who went in and out of here. Yipes! They're sure prickly. They must be the real deer. I would think just one big one would be sufficient. These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually. How so? Encased in cold, rigid shell with spines pointing in every direction, just like her. I'm not so sure I see the resemblance. It's more of an attitude thing than a physical similarity. These are security guard uniforms hanging here. Strange, they don't really look like security guard uniforms. Looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly. A leather jacket, leather pants, a leather... What was that called again? A punchy? A punchy? A pinchy? I know, a poochie. Wait, maybe that wasn't it. It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information to myself for the time being. This swinging door makes the place look like some kind of saloon. But look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way. Of course not. If you went in here, the cactus would fall over. Ouch! I'd say it'd be more of a yeah myself. Look, on the floor, a lasso. Looks like it's set up to trap someone. A trap here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here, but the lasso missed. You sure have an active imagination. February 23rd, Police Department. Entrance. This place is charging with frantic energy as always. Please! Huh? Wasn't that? One steak lunch, please! Oh, it's you. Detective Gumshoe. Now's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch for the lunch late. Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. There's no time for despair. We caught a criminal. Now we just need evidence. The criminal? You mean, you heard about the stabbing in the police department room, right, pal? On the same day, the detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot. Another detective was killed at the police department? And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everyone's topsy-turvy. But Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I need a steak lunch pronto. Standing around here talking isn't going to fill my belly. Wait, don't leave. If you want to know more, head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figured he's down there having a good cry. Later. He ran off to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a good start. Let's have a laugh. Well, where should we begin? Oh, well, isn't it obvious? We should begin with, that thing. The mystery of the victim, I guess. How could one man, Detective Goodman, be killed in two places simultaneously? Well, you see, we should go to the police department. The evidence room, was it? I'm not being very useful here, am I? No, you're being very helpful. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy. What with all those rumors? You were even in the defendant's chair just this past December. There was that business with him not reading the officer's report and about the killing at the police department, right? Chief of police was right about that. But I can't help but think someone at the police department doesn't like Edgeworth. February 23rd, Detention Center Visitors Room. So I do feel better about things a little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Best not to go too far down the road right now. Things will just get confusing. Oh, what was that? Sir! That's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator? I'd say I was the perpetrated against, sir. That's what I'd say. Hi. Greetings, sir. Wait, I know who you are. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Officer Meekins. So, you're a guard here at the detention center? No, sir, I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman, like a little lost lamb, sir. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report? No, sir, how should I say this? Wait, he isn't, is he? You, Officer Meekins? You didn't, did you? Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir! What? What? Now, this is an unexpected turn of events. What do you think, Di? Sir, I'm a patrolman with General Affairs, sir. Sir! Ow! I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins. I had some business that day, sir, so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room was empty, sir. So normally there's a guard at the evidence room? That's right, sir, because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Oh, Marshall? Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. A suspicious person. Yow, wow, wow, wow! What the heck is this guy doing? So what happened then? After that, sir, everything went white. It's all red. I blacked out. Red, white, black. Nice colors. And when I came to, I was here in the detention center. How long were you out? Days? There's a contradiction in what he just said. Because if he was knocked down and woke up in the detention center, who the heck gave Edgeworth that report? There is a big contradiction right there. Might I ask, what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. It looks a lot cleaner than Lana Sky's hand. A bandage on his hand, just like Miss Sky. Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office. First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. Watch your hand. Did that happen during the course of the crime? Well, you see, sir, don't you think you should just confess? But sir, but there was nothing I could do. Nothing you could do? Sir, to tell the truth, sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed the knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious. The next thing you knew, you were, huh? Then, when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir, all alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared. What? Then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hand, sir. Oh, the shock! Oh, the sorrow, sir! Can you imagine how I felt? The victim's body disappeared? That's some story. I don't mean to pry, but are you the perpetrator? You are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir, please don't look at me with no sad puppy eyes, sir. If you have to label me as a perpetrator or victim, sir, then label me victim. I would, but you happen to be in detention and alive and well at that. Well, he could still potentially be a victim because he was attacked. But he is technically a victim because he was attacked. Regardless on his state in the detention center right now, he was attacked, so he's technically a victim. Yes, well, that's sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him a stranger or a total stranger, then I would lean heavily on the total stranger side. So you didn't know him? Sir, I work in a tiny department devoted to light or other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives. You come to work every day, Monday through Friday, and you don't know any of the detectives, do not speak to anybody. So, if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him? Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir, none. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. Di, are you confused by this case? Do you think you should take a look at this? Hey! That's it, sir! That's it! What? My head was blank until this very moment. But now, sir, I remember, sir. You mean you remember what happened? Correct! That card was the cause of it all! This ID card? Exactly, sir, that's exactly it! Nothing could be more exact, sir, nothing! I better pry into this a little deeper. Can you tell me what it is you remembered? Well, sir, you might say I'm a little lost little patrolman. I lost little lamb, if you will. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman, who was in the evidence room, and that's why you thought he looked suspicious? Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card. Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far. That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card? What did he do? That's the thing! Suddenly he pointed a knife at me! What? Sir, I assure you I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leaped at him. Detective Goodman pointing a knife at him? Do unto others before they undo to you. My own father's words, sir. Do unto others as they want done unto them. Do unto others as you want done unto you. Those are two different sayings. What happened then? Well, my eyes, sir, everything went white. When I awoke, I was here. Right. Which is still a big contradiction because you were in the High Prosecution Office trying to hand Edgeworth a folder. So, Officer Mickens, Why was it that they arrested you? What do you mean, Emma? Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekin didn't know Detective Goodman, and the victim who went at the scene of the crime didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died. That's it, sir. That's what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something along those lines. Huh? But you still ended up here? They told me that it had to be him, sir, on that day at the time. Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said. But you don't remember the events clearly? No, but the videotape is quite clear. Huh? Videotape? From the security camera. The crime, my crime, the crime I swore to stamp out. It's there, it's me, it's on tape. And you waited until now to tell us this? I'm sorry, really sorry, sir. I'll hand my badge. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it. No thanks. I have my own. Well, guess we better go check out the crime scene. Oh, I gotta go to criminal affairs. February 23rd, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Hey, Mr. Wright, look who's standing at the Chief of Detectives' desk. It's Police Chief Gant. And you're sure this is all, You know what it means if there is anything missing. Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked all of his drawers, lockers, garbage cans, bags, coat pockets, hats, under his seat cushion, behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away. Deal? Yes, sir. We'll score the police again, sir. Chief of Detectives looked a little flustered. Ha ha. Righto, my boy. How have you been? Swimming much? Chief Gant. Reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? Is Edwards going to be okay? Oh, Worthy? Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him. Sounds like an inquisition. Yep, well, they've had no no end of trouble with the boys since last year. I mean, the incident on Coors Lake. It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in that case, right, Righto? Fun karma. A legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career, but in court you fixed it so he was caught for forging evidence. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Well, they do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. Which is the same as the inquiry committee is the same as our bar committee here in the U.S. Because to become an attorney here for the United States, you have to take the bar exam, which is overseen by the bar committee. What? It's done right on, I tell you. The detectives getting killed on their turf too. I mean, they're the prosecutors, I assume? Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says. What evidence is this? No, Righto. I can't give away all of our secrets just like that. And this is particular. Well, it's a little sensitive. I don't talk, and I can't talk about it. Wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets. Can't stand them. You're the biggest hider of them all. But you know, it's a full-time job. Just keeping the chief of detectives trap shut. Ah, he was the one you were picking on earlier. You saw that? Whoops. I wonder what it was that he wanted the chief of detectives to do. Let's see if we can kind of just keep the action. Yes, we can do that. Oh, sorry you had to see that. What exactly did the chief of police want you to do? Well, see over there, that's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash. So nothing belonged to Detective Goodman. Still here? Of course. Well, except for this. What? You have something? Sure, why not? It's not important. You didn't even finish writing it. So lost item report, but it only half completed. Lost item? The detective Goodman was the date on it is February 23rd. Put a make a note of that just in case. Goodman's lost item report added to the court record. I should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Well, I never thought the day would come when Righto asked me for help. I was wondering if I could investigate the evidence. No, Righto. Actually, I'm sorry. I don't need to investigate after all. Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Yes, you do. Huh? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50 no problem. I bet you would. Because in today's time, $50, it's like, it makes no difference anymore. It's like It's like them little tiny copper piece of metal thingies with Abraham Lincoln's face onto them. They mean nothing anymore. So, go ahead. Investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. It just goes to show you never know what you ask. And for you, here, you can borrow this. Hey, this is a detective's ID card, isn't it? That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir, it's an honor. You just run along and do your best now later, folks. Looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just like a real ID. I wish I could see it. You seem happy. Yes, sir, because, sir, we get to go into the evidence room now, sir. I think this place is bad influence on this girl. The evidence room is beyond that door. And we have the ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Aha, the card reader is turned off. See? What is that security guard thinking? Howdy, partners. Well, what makes my Bambina's sky so gray? Officer Marshall. Why does it have to be him? What's that? Why does it have to be him look for? Is there an actual expression that makes it look like that? Or is he just reading minds? You may have surmised, this here's my saloon. Well, I do see some liquor bottles. Are you serving it to anybody as they walk in? We're here to investigate the crime scene. Though I'm pretty sure if you brought all those liquor bottles here in any police station while on the job, you would be fired immediately. Yeehaw! That card you got there on your chest? That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts. Yeehaw? Well, what are you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's waiting. Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with your hombres. Is he then? Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with a hombre. Well, I think we have something that'll cheer you up. That smell. Reminds me of Texas. So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this for my baby? Yeah, Miss Star. What's this? What? What's wrong? A filet steak lunch? I see. I don't see. I wonder what it means. Steak lunch given to Officer Marshall. Alright, Bambinas, you win. Ask anything. Finally, it seems like he's willing to talk. I didn't think I would actually have to do that. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right? You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins is at the detention center, they told us. Oh, that poor little doggy. Poor guy. I keep getting his name wrong and call him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this, but since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, it might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know. So, what are you saying? So, what are you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was galloping down the hallway on the back of my steed, Zippy. No, he's riding down the highway on a horse named Zippy. No, I think that's his car. There's no need for people here anyway. Anyhow, these newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on this place. You mean the security camera system? I don't take the machines much. Kinda like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know. Miss Starr told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago. It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. That's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire. You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you? That was my case. It's all solved on the record book. It smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it anyways? We heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what exactly happened. There are some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyways, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. 2 days ago? The day of our case? That's right. Evidence transferals. Edward was talking about the transferals too. I know maybe two of the machines in here do. Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen. Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steak. The easiest ones to understand are these here security cameras. Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned. Nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours. Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on one of those tapes? I reckon they might be. You're the security guard and you reckon? One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. That's the card reader by the door. The card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through. So this is the ID card record. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Sorry, Bambina, I can't show you more than that. Huh? I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet. Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before. Maybe there's some way I can prove the record is tied to the stabbing. Well, we'll just talk about transferal. Sorry, but could you explain what this whole transferal thing is about? To keep only invested evidence from solved cases in this room. They're kept here because the presiding detective supervision for 2 years. So we can investigate them if it turns out there was a mistake. what happens to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault of the county sheriff's department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February. See? Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever, dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated. That happened to SL9 2 days ago. See this? This is the victim's ID card. Oh, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot? The number on this is 5842189. Officer Marshall, tell us the ID card record again. Look, the fourth number. It's a perfect match. It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cards in this world. So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. Wait, what did Officer Meekin say? Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card. You asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing! Sully pointed a knife at me! He had his ID card then. Why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? Alright, compadre, you win. I guess I'll give you the ID card record. ID card record added to the court record. I got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. Alright. February 23rd, evidence room, sector 3. It's quiet. The investigation must be over here. So this is the evidence room? It really is kind of a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. And a nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Whoa! Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. So, is it true what I heard? Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's desire. Knock yourself out. Yeah, it's true. So, Chief of Police Gant will loan anyone $50? Even me? Oh, so that's what you were talking about. Actually, I was in the charge of the investigation for today. Just for today? Boss for a day. Boss for a day? But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're boss for a day. Gee, thanks. First of all, you'll want to have this. Evidence room for floor plans added to the court record. So, Detective Goodman, you're boss for the day? That's right! It's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department. But if you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings? They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation again. I'm adamant, though. I'm going to take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal. You have a locker in here, too, Detective Gumshoe? Haha, of course. I'm a detective after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal. Only you can open? I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth no matter what happens. So, Mr. Edgeworth is in the inquiry committee right now, right? They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. See. I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case? Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it. Using their ID card? Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Why, I'm on my third card since entering the fourth already. That sounds like a lot. Yeah, but even I can't lose my right hand. Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint? Exactly, pal. The locker for each lock, the lock for each locker is coated with a fingerprint. So the only locker we can open is our own. Honey, they look like normal lockers. These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see? Handles? On the other side of the handle is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it, there's that! You get a shot. That's what happens. My hands will be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force who don't even know about the fingerprint locks. Evidence locker added to the court record, and we will find that out to be true. Detective Goodman's note and that switchblade knife. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone because of the SL9 connection. That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know, 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. But why would evidence from that case turn up now? Guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left on this case. Now that was a bloody violent case. Violent? So it was a murder? A serial killing. A serial killing. Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. The killer made a mistake and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him. And this was 2 years ago? I put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight. It started the rumor mill. Rumors about forged evidence? It was supposed to be all cleared up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever had. Detective Goodman, that is. What do you mean? Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see? So the switchblade knife. The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself. Could you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. Ah, I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who came in here at the time. Whoa! What is it? That second number? It's not your ID, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth! What? The security number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. What? ID card record updated into the court record. Why would Edgeworth's name be on the evidence? Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? So let's check the details on here. Okay, so we got Miles Edgeworth's number on there. We got Bruce Goodman's number on there. So someone left a glove here, but only one. Detective Gumshoe, maybe. There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of an absent-minded detective. That's evidence from that case, you know. I mean, SL9. It does have a tag on it. Rubber glove added to the court record. Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all of these pieces. Detective Gumshoe, perhaps. There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of a hooligan. That's apparently from this case. Case? SL9 incident, pal. See the sticker on one of the pieces there? Another piece of SL9 evidence. Take a closer look. Wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke. You want to try to put it back together? Die ready to put a puzzle together? Ha! Good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Why, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up. That's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. We're going to be putting a puzzle together. Okay. So, how we're going to be doing this is you're going to look at the design that's on the bottom, and we're going to rotate it to see if it's going to fit. Okay. So, we have a red line to indicate that's the piece that we're going to be putting together. So, for an example, if I try to put this together, it's no use. These pieces just don't add up together. Maybe some of the pieces are missing. Let's just try to put them as many as we can. Maybe I can give it another shot. No, we're going to do this now. Okay, we're going to do this now. So, this is different. This is set up differently than so if I try to combine this, it's not going to go. So if I rotate it, and rotate it, it's not going to go. So if I were to take a piece here, there, and that's how that goes. So now that we're on this piece, I'll let you pick a piece out of all the ones that are on the bottom that you think may fit. Emma Sky has super glue. So, which piece do you want to try? Remember, you're looking at a pattern that's close to the red line. You look at these pieces and you look at the lines onto them and say which one matches. If you want to see it and rotate, you want to try the last one. Alright, so I can rotate it and we can try it. So we know that's not going to fit at all. So if we were to rotate it, we know that's not going to fit. Rotate it like this, we definitely know that's not going to fit. So, this puzzle is better than a lot of the Professor Layton puzzles. Keep going. Want to try this piece? So we'll try this piece. Flip. Doesn't fit. Doesn't fit. Okay, so I tried all the sides on that one. Not one of them fits. Is there another piece you want to try? This one? Because this is left. This is right. This is left. All four sides have been tested on this. Ready to try another piece? This one? Let's see. That side don't work. That side don't work. Hey, the piece actually works. Alright, so now we got another piece here. So they automatically gave this one here. So let's try this one. That one fits perfectly well. So now we got this piece. Do you see a piece that is remotely close to that piece? do you think is the last one? Let's try it. Okay, so all those did not fit in there. I'm going to try the third one. We're going to try to flip. Okay, so the third one doesn't fit. Okay, the first one does fit. So now we're on this piece. Which one do you want to try? You can only see the little small red piece, but I can almost show you there's a red going across and a red going down. Okay, so that piece doesn't fit. Okay, that piece fits. Now, which piece do you see that'll fit in there? Okay. All right, what's going to fit in there? Okay. Huh? Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing. Yeah, I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. Problem is finishing it. Were some pieces stolen? I bet they were missing to begin with. That line was changed. Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. I kind of understand how it got broken. Unstable jar added to the core record. Okay. But we are not finished yet. What's this? Blood? It's a little worn, but that's definitely a handprint here. Looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Edgeworth, or Mr. Wright, what if there are other blood stains left in this room? We should use her testing fluid to check it out. Allow me to say one thing. Speaking as a detective, if I see a piece of evidence I know nothing about, I say nothing. That's fine. You bet it's fine. This is someone's right hand print. What? What's the matter, detective? This locker, it's mine. It's yours? Please. You have to help me. When they come to take me away, promise you'll testify that I wouldn't hurt a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? This is an important clue. I'll try to be down on the floor plan. I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can trust the police. What? But you're a detective. That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective? Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien. It's true that something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make a note of it on the floor plan. Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for the murderer to touch this spot if he fled out of the door. This just might be something suspicious. Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. Got this. It's called luminal testing fluid. Where'd you get your hands on that? Huh? I'd like to get some too. I'll borrow $50 from the chief. Where did you get this, Emma? I was by mail order. Oh, I better jot this down on the floor plan. Hey, pal, look at the time. Was there something you needed to be going to? It's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm going to go give them my report for the day. It might help, you know. A report? You mean the note written on the back of the flyer? The one that says nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like that. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you have friends like Detective Good Gumshoe? I'm off, pal. Later. Yeah, that's the second time I made that mistake. I should probably see what Edgeworth has to say, too. February 23rd, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Ah, guests, my apologies. Di, do you remember who this is? Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Miss Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long. Is Edgeworth here? There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand. Right. He has the hotel bringing him tea service. Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry? I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Ah, yes. He brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently a new fresh restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. The real info is on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Mr. Edgeworth, I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. So, how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communication error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Again? I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However, something happened. I gave control of the investigation over to the police department. The police department? Yes. Any further investigation for this case will be declared by a chief of police can't. I can do nothing but wait for his results. I see. Why, I ask you, why? All along I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still, wow, I've never seen him this out of sorts. I know you. You probably got a hold of some information already, right? It all has to do with the case you were on, the SL9 incident. And some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. He must be talking about his father's murder in the elevator. Okay, Edgeworth. Why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. The SL9 incident was a horrendous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the department chief of police at the time, Damon Gant. That wacky old coot was involved in that case 2 years ago then too. He was a top officer and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow. You get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is, why was a deputy chief of police on the investigation? In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't? Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code and I follow it faithfully. Oh, right. I better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage? Edward, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. The Chief of Police? He wanted evidence from a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbing, I brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. I better make a note of it. Unrelated evidence. Screwdriver added to the court record. Stubborn at all, as always. I told you this has nothing to do with the current case. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister? What? If you were still studying forensic science. Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminol testing fluid, Well then, you might have some use for this. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints? It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I've no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well? Fingerprinting set and fingerprint file received. Well, let's get going. One last investigation. Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. But, speaking of luminol testing fluid, we need, just to try. Unfortunately, it's not gonna let me do that. There we go. What? It looks like some blood is dropped down here. Judging by the amount, my guess it's from a nosebleed. Nosebleed, huh? Maybe in his bath? Mr. Edwards slapped someone for their incompetence? Why does Detective Gumshoe's face come to mind? Alright. So, let's go back. We are almost done with this investigation. You already feel tired of this already? February 23rd, evidence room, sector 3. Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. Here in this blood on the detective's evidence locker. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Right. Let's get started. First, choose a finger. Finger? Alright, each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest print. Really can't tell the difference at a glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. Alright, Di, which finger do you want me to choose? Pick a finger. Index, thumb. Okay. Now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eyes. First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around. How do you do that? With the A button, see? Ah! Looks like that did the trick. The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once that powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. How do I do that? With the X button. Exciting, I know. On the DS, you had a microphone built into the system, and you would blow into the microphone. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. See? Well, since I'm using a button, I can't imagine that. I can imagine that on a DS. Wow. That looks like some fun. Might take some getting used to, though. It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. I guess I better give it a try. So on the DS, I had a green background, and I would just cover this whole screen very thick. Unfortunately, I can't exactly do that on here because they give me a limit on how much I can use. Ah, you did it! You found one. But this looks nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? That's a typo. I think it means we're out of luck. They type it think it means. Out of luck. So the person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigation. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for the other prints? Other prints? Looking at the locker door again clearly. It seems like there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print. Fingerprints outside the blood. Do you see what she's talking about? So, aside from the bloody handprint that we have here, do you see another print? Right here. Yay! A print so clear is dazzling. Dazzling? Anyways, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. So we're not done yet? This is quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a print, not knowing who the owner is, right? Guess she's right. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edwards. And point out the person you think left these prints. How am I supposed to know who is what? I could make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So the fingerprints would we most likely find on this evidence locker. Alright. So this is actually pretty easy to look at. So initially what you do is what it's doing is comparing each of the prints. But I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to go through all of them. Just try to make a match. No match. Come on. How am I supposed to guess who they are? Isn't it obvious? Bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. They most likely belong to the owner of this evidence locker. Something wrong? Just thinking if you're so sure who it is. Why did you match the prints? Mr. Wright, I was doing this for your benefit, so you'd learn. Bye. Let me think. Who could have left these prints? So I can keep going. If there's anyone you think that would... So I'll just look at the prints, say, do they match? Do they don't? Do they not match? I have to look at my left thumb. Do they match? Gumshoes and my thumbprints look very similar. Shall we compare and see if they're the same? Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me that so what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking so what. Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. This is where we got a luminal fluid reaction, right? Right. There was a handprint here. Okay. Want to try using this? There goes her eye sparkling again. I should say there goes her eyes sparkling again. Yeah, a little bit more typos, yeah. The translation department lacks grammar. They didn't. Although you also have to understand that they changed some of the dialogue from this version to the DS. And they've changed some of the dialogue from the 3DS version. So which one are we picking? Okay, let's check for prints. That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first. Why? The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding it using chemical means. Any prints in this area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. Did you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Well, don't ask me! Anyways, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. Okay. So this one's going to be a little bit harder. So you can see that there's no fingerprint here. There's no fingerprint here. There's no fingerprint here. But we all know that every hand has 5 fingers. So, with that said, we have 2 fingers that are left uncountable for. So, there should be one right here. Which I think this is probably one that's, this isn't going to give us a clear print if I had to guess. I guess it will give me a clear print. Alright. So, are we ready to test? You can tell me if they look, if you want me to compare or go to the next one. Hey, these fingerprints, whose are they? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall? Marshall's fingerprints added to the court record. That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in this crime. Emma. This is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminol reaction, the blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh. So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a white blood stain. But why would Officer Marshall? It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. Alright. So that investigation took a little longer than we anticipated. I should say it took longer than what you anticipated, because I expected it to be this long. So, thoughts, concerns? Okay. February 24th, 9:41 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby Number 2. So, what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So, how'd it go? Because Mr. Wright suspected. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. Plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regard, much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. This guy. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Bloodstained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have on my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Guy? Do what you have to, Mr. Wright. February 24th, 10 o'clock a.m., District Court, courtroom number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet, the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edwards' car. Wow. This is one messed up trial. We only have the police department to blame for this. One of my duties as a prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Oh, the one with the tongue sticking out? What? There is no emoji there. There's no emoji there. Di doesn't see it either. I don't know what you're seeing. Hold on a sec. Whatever you're using to make that screen wider, it's also affecting your chat as well. Yep. So, you might have to tell them to fix that because it shouldn't be doing that. Now that's what sets Mr. Edwards apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. That's supposed to be an admirable trait. Very well. Let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edwards, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. Suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Oh boy. They're getting wild. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I am Officer Mike Meekin, sir. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir. This is bad, right? This is completely bad. This is very bad. This is incredibly bad. So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You got to believe me, sir. Actually, what we'd like to hear from you, sir, I'm what you would call part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose action adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edwards, sir. Help me, sir. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that in order. Yes, sir. As you wish. After all, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir. You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. Crime report, sir. This is the biggest meme in video game history. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence from that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me away. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you? Do unto others before they unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see, then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. Okay, this testimony is going to be just like a Larry Butts testimony, so we have to treat it like that. So, guess what you're going to be doing, Di? You're going to be pressing. Yeah, we can start with that. We can press everything.
Hold it!
Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir! I am in charge of hiring new recruits, sir! That is completely scary to think about. Yikes! Nah, that's a scary thought. I just said that. Evidence transferal was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not orderly performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir! The Blue Badger? Yes, sir, the only police mascot created by the chief and detective, sir. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. I see. Sounds like a very important mission. Hello, Ancient One. Welcome to the stream. You are just at the funny part of the cave. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the blue badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us. What did you see when you got there? Things are doing okay. You're just doing more of this long dragged out case. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one around here around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? There it is! I found it! This is the one right here. Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir. It's 4989596. That's my number, sir. There is a lot of nines in that one. How can you forget this number? 4989596. 4989596. He has one of the easiest numbers to remember because 3 of those numbers are 9. The other numbers are 4, 8, and 6. Or 4, 8, 5, and 6. You can't forget that number. 4989596. Lots of 9 sevens here now. I see. Huh. But the number 4989596 is shown as being used twice. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the blue badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down. I see. So it was during the second time when... Yes, sir! That was when I spotted the man on the security screen! Craziness! Data added to ID card record. So, you were attacked? Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir! A knife! Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then? Craziness, sir! Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as suspicious as I was. You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. Crazy. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. By far the craziest thing I've heard. Swung his arms like an octopus. What does that look like? That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hands wouldn't be... When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into Kung Fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife? Crazy. I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. Or a coward. See. He must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood. And then the next thing I knew, yes? He pushed me right in my face, sir. About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke you up, the witness woke up the witness. It was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir, the Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. The Blue Badger is back in the front entrance of the police department. Now no criminals can walk into the police department. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins? With regards to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Kid delivered to me just this morning, sir. Japanese characters on the side of the tape. I wonder if that was in the original. I can't remember offhand. The chief delivered it? What is this? A videotape? Yes, sir! That's absolutely right, sir! A videotape, sir! It contains footage of the security camera in the evidence room!
Objection!
What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like communication with the police department is good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us a video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using the word murder, sir. It scares me. A videotape of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. Happy music for murder. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the hell was that wriggly piece of plywood? Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Security video added to the court record. Yes. Well, anyways, this tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone in the evidence room and some sort of activity did take place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. All right. So this case has the same issue as pretty much all the cases that we have encountered in this game. Have you seen it so far? What is the biggest problem this case has that has shown up in the other cases in this game? For example, let's take a look at Turnabout Steel Samurai case. What was the biggest problem in that case? The biggest problem in that case was somebody was in a suit. Their face was covered. And they all assumed it was Will Powers because Will Powers was the last person to have been in the suit. Turnabout Goodbyes. One problem was in the photograph, the faces weren't placed in the photo. So Edgeworth, being that he did have his fingerprints on the gun, was still accused of murdering the victim. Now we are in this situation where we still can't ID the person in the picture, and he's wearing Bruce Goodman's clothes. And we automatically assume that it's Bruce Goodman. So this is the problem that this case has. And it's the same problem we've had in the other two cases. Is that all right with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. Mystery Man. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprints to do it. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. What's this about fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. Okay. So, I kind of pretty much revealed much of this to you anyways, but we're going to go through the testimony anyways. So, but this one we'll let you work with. One statement should already catch you off guard. I'll just give you that hint. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife? Sir, if you must label people as seen or not seeing the man's face, I believe I would classify it as the latter. The latter? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not? More to the point, you were the person who fought him, aren't you? Oh, yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking with them, you see. That is a very bad trait for a police officer. Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer. I think I said that. Still, I'm sure it was him. I'd bet my badge on it. About these lockers, is there no other way to open them? No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir. I wonder what kind of method you tried. The man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to his registered fingerprints. That he must be the person the locker was assigned to. Exactly my point, sir. And this too. Oh, wait. Yeah, she probably was preoccupied with the case, so she probably missed your message. How do you know that information? I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir. People in the know? The workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to me. Romantic trouble, sir. We listen to his romantic troubles? For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information to a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprints. Okay, this is your last statement. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video, the man's face. Sir! If I may say something, sir. Please do. After all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. Is there a problem with the security video? What'd you notice? Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction? Objection! Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edwards? I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. He would want me to point it out. Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. Set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates... Okay, I'm going to move this hand up in the corner. So I'm going to let you watch this from beginning to end. And then I want you to tell me what you see that could be classified as a contradiction. It will reset itself. Are you studying the videotape, Ty? No, the blood on the coat was from Meekins. He got cut by the knife, and Meekins grabbed a hold of his shoulder, so that's blood from Meekins. So keep watching, you'll see. What they're trying to do is to prove that it's not Detective Goodman that opened that locker. So you're examining that locker in this video. That's all you're doing is examining the locker. I think you're ahead of yourself, Andy. The question being asked is there any evidence in the tape that proves that it's not Detective Goodman? Because they're going by the fact that you can only open this locker with a fingerprint. Okay. We understand that it's already unlocked. The light is going to be too early. So, let me rewind this. So, yes, but the light's going to be too early at this point. So, what we see here, this will prove that somebody else opened that locker. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Yes, this is strange. Something certainly seems unnatural about that. What could it be? Objection! Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wright, but you seem to have forgotten the point of this exercise. The point? What you're looking for is one thing and one thing only. Something that indicates that the man may not be Detective Goodman. Oh yeah. You almost walked right into the defense's trap. I'll place him under arrest, sir! Rats. I need to slow down and tackle these things one piece at a time. Now, what do I do? Very well, let's try looking at it again. Well, that's exactly what the guide says. Just remember one thing, Mr. Wright. Every time you point your finger, someone gets hurt. Says the one pointing his finger at us. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us the contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. Set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this. How did this guy ever become a police officer? No, then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman? So, before Goodman walks over to the left side, look at Goodman's locker. It's lit up. Okay. Guess that's what they want. Take that! Perfect. The thing that's strange about this video has to be this. Officer Meekins? Sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it matches, the light turns on and the locker is released. According to my limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind a little bit early. Here, notice the light? What's this? It's already lit? Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Ah! Order. What's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. Objection! But the lockers locked are controlled by an electric sensor. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know. Must have broken down. Of course, I'm no expert on this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh well, it goes to show novices keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes. Why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Maybe something like jam the system sensor. Something, jam the sensors, say. There's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's got to be another clue somewhere in this footage. Very well, let's inspect the video once more. Locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please point out the cause of this. Okay. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's my experience that things fall out when doors are open. I often fall out though we can't be sure the item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggered the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensors and the door? Inserted? This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me, but the object would have been extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block the electrical current. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator. What is the crime scene? This might be something that fits that description. But sir, by insulator, you mean by... I think I finally got this figured out. Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was the insulator that was stuck in the door, locker door? What do you think it was? No. So let's check the video again. Check the video again. I want you to look at it very closely. I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict that the victim opened the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could open that locker. Is that not so, Officer Meekins? Sir! It would appear so, sir! Order! 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 So, are we to believe then that the victim whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman? Objection! Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated the possibility and nothing more. The victim in this video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir? Me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke? Very well. Begin your testimony. Mystery Man 2. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, this detective had used his card. An ID card record, I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim. Just before the crime, huh? Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination. Ooh, this testimony, you have 3 different testimonies you can present evidence. That's literally nearly all of his testimony. This one is a very easy one. So, unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you? Yes, sir! Solid as stone, sir! If my hand wasn't wrapped in bandages, I'd even give the V for victory side, sir. Couldn't he just use the right hand for that? Let's hear him out fully. As we've seen, one never knows what he might say until the very last second. To enter the evidence room, is that card hanging from your neck one of these ID cards? Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuff, sir. I keep it here so I won't ever forget it. But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that? Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time it's my ID that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID. Maybe I should just leave this one alone. At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Please proceed with your testimony. believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he just panicked. Everything stems from contradiction. Put them out. Mr. Wright, what do you think? I'm confused. What? The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edward can miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we've got. Okay, like I said, you have 3 statements that you can present evidence. We have a piece of evidence that can blow this entire testimony apart. The last one, which is the last. Okay, this is the last statement. So, what would you like to use? Right there, that's the last statement. Okay, we got Goodman's ID. No help, no help, no help, no help, no help, no help. Goodman's note. Okay. Crime photo, victim's shoe, display knife. Normal testing fluid, ID card record, fingerprinting set, screwdriver. Goodman's lost item report, evidence room floor plan, rubber glove, evidence locker, unstable jar, marshal's fingerprints, security video. So the second one, what do you want to use? Well, the screwdriver actually doesn't have anything to do with this case. The screwdriver is actually not even related to the SL9 incident or anything, or this case personally. It just happens to be an evidence, a piece of evidence that Edworth was asked to carry. So that's not even going to prove that Goodman didn't have his card or anything like that. Alright, so crime scene photo, victim shoe, knife, luminol testing fluid, ID card record, fingerprinting set, there's the screwdriver we looked at, Goodman's lost item report, evidence room floor plans, rubber glove. And this is the page you wanted. And all of these, as you can see, you can have them all checked for details. No, because that's going to prove that Bruce Goodman used an ID card. But we're trying to prove that the person in the evidence room at that time at 5:14 was not Bruce Goodman. Well, on the last page, you only got the locker, the jar, Marshall's fingerprints, and the videotape, which they're not going to be much help. See, you got the first one, you got the attorney's badge, you got Goodman's ID, you've got the trophy, Edward's knife, parking stub, which isn't going to help you in this situation, Blue Badger panel, Goodman's autopsy report, Goodman's note, which wasn't in the evidence room, Lana's cell phone, which was in the parking lot. This is the parking lot floor plan. Which one do you want to look at? Before we present it, which one do you want to look at? Because there has to be a piece of evidence that you have a question on. Because all these pieces of evidence, you can actually check, you can look at them. Well, that's not a photo, that's the floor plan. That's the floor plan of the evidence room. Locating the, where the blood was found. Anything else you see that you want to question on? Slightly. But let's take a look at the lost item report. This is incomplete. What do you think he lost? No, the glove is evidence. The glove is evidence to the SL9 incident. So that is something that he would not lose anyway, because they would be locked in the evidence room. Okay, let's piece some evidence. Let's piece this evidence with something else. So, on the first day when we investigated, what did we find in the parking lot? No, we didn't find a knife on the parking lot. We actually found a wallet, which contained an ID. Can you put the pieces together now? Wait one moment, Miss Officer Meekins. Oh, I'm not good at waiting, sir. That sounds like Phoenix. Yes, he lost his ID. That literally sounds like Phoenix. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID. The lost item report is only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on that day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess. You believe this something is something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there's a high probability. On that day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his ID card. Order. So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman but rather the man who stole his ID card. Order, order, order. Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo? Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also a fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the incident of the murder. That is, well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago, you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Well, it seems you finally realized exactly where you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in the video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot, and the prosecutor's office. The murderer being Miss Lana Scott, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Ah! I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap in the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something, or else Lana... What do I do? How am I going to get myself out of this mess?
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. That video gave you a clue, Di. So keep that in mind. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further explanation into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, Other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just may be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas stranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean? Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh, who do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. Truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testified, what is his or her name? If you remember from the defendant lobby, Officer Jake Marshall. By him. Can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during that time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. And of course, this is going to end this part. Almost. February 24th, 11:32 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. There's no stopping you, is there? Mr. Wright. Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma? You always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking you. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you called me here? I'm even happier. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, detective. You better be, pal. Hey! I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked? You read this, right? My apologies, detective. Due to my present situation, of course, you used the right name when Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I borrow you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident. But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well too. I can't believe you. Chief Prosecutor. We're a witness in that case. This guy, the witness. SL9 incident files received from Lana Sky. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. Oh, what? Now that I brought you your stuff, you're just going to ignore me? Emma? But why? Why is your name in here? What? My name is in there? I don't know. Unless... No. It couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is it that? That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dart killing. The Joe Dart? No, Lana! That's over with. No! Emma, wait! She ran away. You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, fella. I'm out of here. Jake Marshall, Ingle Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edward. Let's take a look at this. So, incident number SL9. Perpetrator, Joe Dart. Crime, serial murder. Sentence, death. Victim, Edward Jones. Jason Knight. Edith Kirby. Rachel Moss. Deb Bates. Neil Marshall. Trial date. Head prosecutor, Miles Edward. Witness, Lana Sky and Emma Sky. Investigation Task Force. Executive Investigators. Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Head Investigator. Bruce Goodman. Investigators. Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. Better take a good look at this file. Hello, Ancient One over there on Kick. We're about to close this out. We're not going to be able to finish the rest of this trial, which I had predicted 2 more. I had already predicted 2 more streams of this. So it's best that I would cut it here and then continue tomorrow, or continue next Monday and the following Monday. Okay. So, thoughts, concerns. You have no concerns. What's your opinion about it so far? Because we were just literally given a bombshell at the end of that case, in that the trial former. It's convoluted. It is a mess. Very much a mess indeed. So, the case involves with a previous case known as SL9, or we just found out the Joe Dart killings. And we just learned that Emma Skye and Lana Skye were a witness during that trial. However, there should have been a name on there that should have caught your eye when I was going through the files. Did you see it? Probably under the victims' names. Do you remember what the name was under the victims that you probably saw? Marshall. Yes, exactly. There was a marshal that was listed in the victims. We will find out what their connection is to Jake Marshall in the next trial. Next stream, I should say. All right. So, we are pretty much going to end this in 2 streams. So, give me a second here. I want to show you guys what I'm trying to work with. So there's a few projects that I'm working on for some upcoming streams. And let's see what we got here. I just realized that I have a few John Madden games I have to go and get. So, first of all, let me open this.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
This is one of them that we're going to eventually showcase on the stream. Ignore where it says Fantasy Star 2. I have not changed that. That was set up for Taylor's stream. But we are going to eventually showcase all of these games. I have a plan on doing the Tecmo series, from Tecmo Bowl to Tecmo Super Bowl. We're going to showcase all of them. Let me know how this game sounds on stream, because the Genesis sound card is quite crappy. And this was the Madden game my brother and I grew up with. This is the Genesis version. So, what we're going to end up doing is we're going to showcase gameplay. Eventually. I know you guys. That's so, there's that one. And, this one's a little bit smaller, but I can't do anything about that. I will have to eventually resize the screen, but this is the same thing. Is it not playing? It should play. Oh no, that is not the right ROM.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
This one has a little bit better sound card, and you can see the difference between the two. But what we're going to end up doing is we're going to showcase all of them. That's Project 1. I have all the way up to the PS2 so far. So, basically, the point of my channel was to showcase a bit of education stuff, and it focused around games too. So this is why I also want to do some entertainment stuff like that, put shows up here. That's why I did the Shadow the Hedgehog the way I was doing it. I still have to go back and finish it, but yeah, this is one of the additional projects. And you guys can actually, if you want to see them all in one stream and what they look like and stuff, or I can split them by games. There is a seasons mode. I can go through a seasons mode. If you want that, I would have to do the showcase first and then do the seasons mode after. But that's one project I'm working with, and I don't know when I'm going to actually start this yet. But Madden 94 is one of the best 2D Madden games that's ever been released, I feel. I've tried John Madden Football on DOS. It was very hard to control. control. I could not even move the player very well. There is supposed to be a Genesis version of John Madden Football. I have to go find it. There's also supposed to be a Genesis version of John Madden Football 93, which all I got is the Champions Edition. So I have to go look for those. So the next project I have, just so I don't get hit with copyright, and I will bring that over here. I won't change much except for moving this, I guess.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Hey, cool. EA Sports will be in the game.
UCLA, baby, all the way.
Doug.
What? You know Stanford's in the game.
National champs, baby. National champs. Trojans. Trojans, baby.
NCAA Football 2005.
I guess I could work out with it like that. It doesn't seem to work that well because I have, let me add another source. This is not going to pick this up. Right. Give me a second. That's not it either. But that's one of the things I want. There we go. Second here. The only reason why I'm playing this one is so that I don't get hit by any copyright claims.
Here we are in Storrs, Connecticut. The crowd looks pumped up for this game. And there's a little chill in the air for today's game between the Buffalo Bulls and the Connecticut Huskies. And here come the Huskies. I'm Brad Nessler along with Kirk Herbstreit and the coach, Lee Corso, set to bring you this great gridiron rivalry. And let me tell you, there's a lot of animosity between these two programs. The Bulls are going to have a rough time on the field in this game. I want to hear what Kirk Herbstreit thinks.
Well, I agree with you. I don't think this one will be close at all. Buffalo has spent all week trying to figure out how they're going to slow this running back down. Well, Lee, in my opinion, they could have spent all year. It still won't matter. He's going to have a big day and a big win.
Kirk, I agree with you 100%. Connecticut is going to go after the defensive front early and just pound them. Kirk, don't be surprised if these guys don't run for 400 yards in this football game. Easy win.
Buffalo is ready to open this one up as they line up for the opening kick. And it's a short kickoff.
Take some of the bottom off too.
Number 80 fields it at the 11. Break one.
Kickoff return 16 yards. Number 80 on the return.
They'll start this drive at the 27.
27-yard line.
Number 7 comes to the line with 3 wide. Play action. Wants to throw outside.
So this is technically the other project I'm working with. So what I will what I will end up being, what I'm testing out is to see how many schools I'm going to be able to create. And I'm hoping I can do all of them. This version is supposed to have 119 teams. So that's the project I'm working with. Showcasing all the Madden ones will probably come before I start that league. You guys are already aware that I have been trying to work on the league for quite some time. And yeah, until I actually get to where I can Madden NFL 08 on the PC properly, that's probably what I'm going to have to do. And it's probably going to end up being where I use, because a lot of them says that the later ones, they could only make 12 teams. So I'm testing that. I'm seeing if I can do 119 teams in Dynasty. Brilliant. But if not, I'm going to be stuck with doing 12 teams. So we'll work at it progressively small. My goal for the Madden 08, however, on the PC, is to make a ROM hack version of NCAA 08. Visually speaking, I would have to say, from what I've actually witnessed through the testing of it, I do like the Madden 05 and NCAA 05's presentation. Everything else after 2005, they've all had visual problems. Except for the PC ports. All the PC ports look great. They look beautiful. That's mostly because they got lazy after the Xbox 360 came out. Madden NFL 06 and NCAA 06. I think 06 had a Xbox 360 port. Don't quote me. But I do know that when the Xbox 360 came out and the PlayStation 3, the PS2 versions got lazy. They didn't care about how the graphics looked or anything like that. If they jittered on screen and stuff, they didn't care. Which should have been one of the first things they should have fixed. But it is what it is. Anybody have any questions? So Di, if you want to participate with any of this, you have to have the emulator. I can provide you with BIOS. The PS2 itself has actually a bunch of beautiful games that's not considered sports. I'm only using it for sports for the time being, but you can play Pac-Man onto it. I have Pac-Man World 2 and 3. I have a Pac-Man World Racing. There is the Sims 2 that tears streaming on the PS2. There's Sims 2 Pets. If you like RPG games, there's Final Fantasy 12. There's Final Fantasy 10, 10-2. There's a game called Rogue Galaxy that I have not been able to have a chance to sit down and play. I have an Inuyasha RPG called The Secrets of the Cursed Map, which is probably something you'll enjoy. If you've seen the Inuyasha anime series, they're in their little chibi forms in that game, but it's a very fun game. You'll enjoy. I have Digimon World, which is also an RPG. It plays somewhat like Pokemon and kind of not like Pokemon. The reason why I say it plays sort of like Pokemon is the Pokemon game I would refer to as like Pokemon Coliseum. That plays more like that. So it doesn't play like your standard Pokemon game. So that's Digimon World. I do have a Shrek racing game. There's like a whole bunch of different other ones there. I got a Turtles beat 'em up game. Or well, actually it's a tournament fighter game. I have Tetris World. Bowling. I even have Tomb Raider. I mean, I can provide the BIOS and stuff is very easy to put into the emulator. There are quite a few Spyros even on the PS2. I think I have a Spyro game that's for the PS2. I thought I was given a Spyro game. I think I have a Spyro game somewhere here. I thought I had a Spyro game for PS2. Oh yeah, I see it. What is this one? This one is called The Legend of Spyro, The Eternal Night. That's the one I have. That was given to me. So, and I haven't played that one either. So, I also have Dihak GU. So yeah, so there's quite a few PS2 games if you're interested in the emulator. The emulators are very easy to set up. If you don't want, it is a lot safer to try not to go to the website and download the emulator. If you know somebody that you can trust, take the file from them, download it to your computer. That's the best way I'm going to say it. If there's any games that you're interested in, you know somebody has that game that you can trust, download it from them. It'll save you the hassle of trying to download it from a website entirely. Because your antivirus will scan it before it gets downloaded. So, and I need to find a raid target. I ramble on too long. So, how many hours ago? So what we're gonna do, go ahead and drop my raid hashtag, Di. I want to raid Jam with a Plan. We're in Spooky Month, so he's playing Luigi's Mansion 3. So, here's the link. Yeah, I can tell. So, we got 2 more weeks left of the first Phoenix Wright game. We're going to move on to Justice for All right after. You're going to be working on that thumbnail, right, Di? Okay. Alright, so, till next week. Alright, so you guys have a good night.